And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the spaceship studio from a galaxy far, far away. All right, everybody. We've had an interesting day in the trial world. There was two verdicts, and then there was a sentencing over at the Diddy trial. Some people don't like the Diddy trial. Some people do. Some people don't. It was big news in the trial world, and we're gonna be having a time, hang out, and I'll be switching over to the other window so everybody can see me. All right, going here, this way. Okay, it's going through. This other page is opening. All right, here we go. My microphone was off for some reason, so I'm going to start over. Hello, everybody. It is Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's having a good day, good evening. And some of you all have been hanging out with me at the trials. Some of you have been not with me. Some of you just seen me just now. So here I am to do a stream and talk to everybody. So we have been keeping up with the DTE trial. There is two verdicts in that trial today. The channel we were watching it on was having a problem with their connection, and they told us like way after these verdicts were read that, which is okay, I guess, but they're telling us that yes, the verdict was confirmed, and people were saying it was on Court TV, and I don't really. With Court TV, there's a channel they have, and then there's another thing where they have a different part, which is the YouTube channel. So their YouTube channel wasn't live, but I did know they have a TV channel. So that is the situation. But 666 told us about what was going on with the verdict, and I was glad he and others were telling what was going on the TV. So that's good. And now we'll get right into it. Okay. Our web browser is opening. So I think the verdicts are obviously what they were. It makes sense to me because they obviously did things that were not right. You know, by doing the robbery and murder. Oh, that's not good. Wrong one. I meant to put in this instead. Okay, I put in the wrong thing. Okay, let's go here. Okay, we have. Would be showing this right here. Come on. Okay, and put this way. All right. Then you're going to add this back here again. Capture. And use this device. And then minimize the window this way. so everybody could see me. Okay. All right, so now, and I'll be getting into the verdicts and about how that trial went today. We're going to be, which I'm going to talk about both cases that we saw today. Giving some context about this, it is, before we get into all that, we're going to see about the hurricane update. How the tropics are doing. This is something interesting. What is this? Levees are starting to pop across the nation. I think that's the word levee. Make sure that I'm saying it right. That's what I think it says. Let's see. No, leave. Leaves. Okay, I didn't think it meant levees. That's another word. All right, leaves are starting to pop across the nation. All right, leaves are starting to really pop across the nation, across the northern tier. Hi, Alien. Here for a bit. I had to a football game. We are playing crosstown rivals tonight. Okay, hope y'all's team wins. Thank you for letting me know. Shout out to you, Lori. And today with the verdict, it was those two people that did the robbery were both found guilty today. And we're satisfied with that. Although, in the other trial I was watching, which many people are not really into, just to say what's going on, in the Diddy trial, he's going to be sentenced for 50 months, so about 4 years or less. He was sentenced to today. That is the trial news that was going on. So, thank you for being here. All right. Leaves are starting to really pop across the northern tier of the country as beautiful fall color is on full display. Higher elevations are also starting to see the leaves change as leaf peepers are getting real treat this October. Watch to see what the latest update on the leaves are showing for brightest full color. Right, so again, oh, you're welcome, Lori. So again, the color of the Intermountain West, we've gotten, some of the colors certainly in the North England and Sarabasset Valley of the way is right up here where my fingers are, and then of course I haven't seen much coming out of Michigan and Wisconsin, and I know it has been warm, but come on guys, some of the pictures I got to see parts of New England, person says in Appalachia, starting to get color even in the southern Appalachia. A lot of times that the dog would be the most shower will start going to look at the west again. Thanks again with the Scooby-Doo spelling. Yeah, that Scooby-Doo spelling. Yeah, I could see. Yeah. Ranks for the update. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, shout out to the Scooby-Doo spellers. Very unique. Yeah, okay. Showers will start first as we look into the west. And lots of high county, probably the most beautiful falls that we've seen in the Steamboat Springs. So just enjoy the more color early next week. Slipping down through the Mid-South and Tennessee Valley and more kind of the muted yellows of this point, that anything else they'll hear the average peak times getting the latter October and even November, where the oaks come from around across the deep south. Yeah, so where I am, it's going to start to get. So the northern parts of the country, it's getting fall. But where the south part, like where I am, it's still green. Like all the trees are green right now. So, but soon, later in the year, it's going to get nice and cool in fall colors down here. Shout out the bubbles. Yeah, and Lori with the yeah Scooby Doo was a I like the Scooby Doo movie. I saw it when it came out many years ago. I like watching that. Have watched a couple of times when I was watching trials and stuff. Sometimes it'll be on for the cat. The cat likes cartoons, so yeah, I understand. As I said, with the glitches, the way that technology works. So yeah, with the football games, I remember I was not on the I was not on the team because I live far away and I wasn't. I like football, but it wasn't the. I was really far away to really do anything, and Mary Toodles and I guess also myself didn't really want to get me seriously injured, but I certainly am actually quite good at football, and I'm good with the. I also was kind of far away from the school to do sports. I'm very good at I'm very good at throwing it, actually. So basically, with that, I remember seeing my friends play the game. I would go visit them while they would do it, and so I understand the enthusiasm about it with the school games. If that's what you're referring to, if you're referring to school games, if you're referring to something else, let me know. But yeah, just it reminds me of school games. So a lot of times they didn't always feel like they could win, and they didn't really care sometimes. But they certainly did do well back. I'd say back much as a long time ago. They did well recently. They're doing well. The school I went to, they're doing well recently. But the time I was there, they weren't always enthusiastic about it. But they were good players, though. Some of them were enthusiastic, but they're overall good players. Yeah, and there's also all kinds of different the different sports you have. My school had a very big football field. The whole school had a very big field. Like it was gigantic. It had acres and acres of land. In my opinion, that's what it was, but it was huge. All right, Todd, what's up? Urgent situation. Arms standoff at LA City Hall. A car is supposedly packed with explosives to SNS is not covering it. Oh, no, okay. Thank you, Todd, for letting me know. I'll look right into it. All right, and Lori said, I work supervision at our games, and we have really good football program. My speed teacher that I eat for is the offensive coach. Oh, okay. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. Now, one time I went to the game, and I had to stay there for a while. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I have the channel of saved. Thank you. So we have this games, and we have really good football program. Yeah. Now, in that situation that you speak of, I think that it is. Oh, well, I was about to tell you about what I did. I helped out in the sidelines one time when I came to see a game, and it was fun. So I've been on the sidelines before. I had to stay at the place for a while because they were kind of far away from it. I'm gonna let you all know about the situation that's occurring at the moment. Okay, the Los Angeles, the area near City Hall and Grand Park is being placed under evacuation for precautionary measures following a man driving onto the steps of the government building and refusing to exit the vehicle. The Los Angeles Police Department has confirmed that at the time there has been no reports of weapons or suspicious devices. Mayor Karen Bass, in a post on X, said City Hall was evacuated out of the abundance of caution. I want to thank all first responders who are at the scene. My office will continue to monitor the situation, she wrote on a post. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wrong window. And I voluntarily held on the sidelines. Okay. Yeah, he was. Damon was taken off for the week. I remember that.
Situation and somebody's requesting to talk.
Yeah, he was taken off. I don't know. He had to do something with the work that he does. He was claiming. All right. Yeah. So I hope that they catch the person with what they, with the situation you speak of. Okay. That was the wrong one. Okay. Let's see what else is going on about this. So that is what is going on now. Anything else about this? Because yes, there is like what he said. The other streamers that are the other streamer that's covering it. He was talking about that. Okay. And right. And we'll see. We'll be keeping up with the situation as it unfolds. All right. Let's see. Let's go here. I'm gonna do a hurricane update. It's kind of like a minor update right here. Let's go this way. All right. National Hurricane Center on the last developments. Let's see. And the mouse went out. Mouse went out. No, it didn't go out. Just the page is a little bit frozen. Okay. The National Hurricane Center's 8 a.m. Thursday update reported that Category 1 Hurricane Imelda is at the Atlantic Ocean, 230 miles east of Bermuda, with maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. The hurricane is moving east, northeast of something miles per hour. Yesterday, Wednesday, Imelda strengthened into a Category 2 hurricane. It later developed into a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. Watches and warnings currently in effect. Tropical storm warning for Bermuda. Tropical storm warning for Bermuda, meaning that the different watches and warnings. Tropical storm warning means that tropical conditions are expected. Okay, so hazardous landfall. When tropical storm conditions, especially in gusts, are expected to be on the Bermuda for the next few hours, rainfall, lingering showers across Bermuda could produce up to an inch of additional rainfall through the day. Surf swelling generated by Imelda are affecting the Bahamas, Bermuda, and much of the U.S. East Coast. You scared? Swells from Imelda, while spread toward the greater Antilles and North Leeward Islands on Friday and continue through the weekend, these swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip currents conditions. Right, and it's kind of like going out into the sea, so it's not coming on land. Okay, let's go over here. The page is a little bit okay. Now, hurricanes, a lot of them recently have been going out to the other coast. They have not been going out towards us. When I say west coast, oh, shout the bubbles. Shout the bubbles. Let's see. I see you, Bubbles. Shout to you. Okay. Yes, Bubbles does have a sweet meow. Absolutely. Okay, yeah, so the man that's barricaded in front of the LA City Hall person is still in there. And the Los Angeles City Hall is being evacuated after the car crashed into on the steps of the City Hall. Driver is currently barricaded inside, car outside. All right. Probably show that in a moment. Have that saved. Alright. Because, he was talking about it, and I found the main stream the other ones are looking at it from. Okay. So thank you, Todd, for that information. Okay, let's go here. Back this way. Yeah, holy moly. Indeed, yes. Okay. Now explain to Lord about the DTE situation. Okay. Okay, thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd. So I got the feed. I found the feed, and the person. I'll probably show it on the screen. It's in a moment, but they person is still barricaded. All right. The jury in the murder of Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Zuazo, accused of posing as a DTE worker, delivered guilty verdicts for both men on October 3, 2025. They were found guilty of first degree felony murder and 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment and deletion killing of a 72-year-old. Oh, hello, Michael. Good to see you. Hussein Murray during the home invasion. Victim on October 11, 2024, Hussein Sam Murray, and jewelry store owner, was later killed in his Rochester Hills home. His wife, Linda Murray, was tied up with duct tape but managed to free herself, so they both were found guilty today. In prison plot, the two defendants allegedly posed the DTE utility worker to gain entry into Murray's home. The day before the attack, they had come to the house and claiming that there was a gas leak. Verdict: the sentence after a 3-day trial of 25 separated juries from each defendant quickly, returning guilty verdicts on all charges. Sentencing has been scheduled for December 9, 2025. Eyewitness testimony. Linda Murray testified that they recognized the men who they were returned to the house the day of the murder. Text messages. Prosecution presented text messages between the defendants discussing obtaining lock-picking tools and a car. Video evidence. The surveillance footage shows that the defendant purchasing materials used for their depiction, including fake DTE signs and decals. DNA evidence. A forensic analyst testified about the DNA evidence trying to suspect. Okay, Michael. Yes. And as I said, Diddy was sentenced to 50 months. He probably will serve less than that. All right. What happened at the home? On the day of the murder, the defendants returned entry and led Mr. Murray to the basement where he was later killed. Mr. Murray was bound, severely beaten, and medical examiner determined his cause of deletion death to be pressure to the neck. All right. All right, so there is a development going on. This bomb threat. Let's see what this is about. All right, this was the person that was barricaded in the vehicle, or they're speaking about. What Todd was telling us about. This is the man. Now they went to a short break, so I don't really know what that means exactly. But yeah, so that is what was going on. He was just barricaded in there. So the context of the situation is a man barricaded in the front of the LA City Hall. Michael, I saw you earlier over at the other chat with the the other chat with the at the Diddy trial, and people were trying to tell you that it didn't make sense about like what was going on, and he kept on explaining to them, and they didn't really understand it. I remember that. You explained it well, in my opinion. All right. Yeah. So as I said, this is a little bit of a couple of minutes ago, and as I said, they're on break, and usually there's a delay with these type of things, just in case something happens. All right. So this is breaking news: Los Angeles City Hall is being evacuated after someone crashed a car into the steps outside the. According to Alterstate Drive, many have suspicious packaging and won't leave his vehicle until a news report or something. All right, so here you go right there. Yeah, so the other part of it is that they're still on commercial break. But yeah, so they're just kind of like going back to what they were doing prior to that. Yep. Also, regarding the Adelson trial, many people are in the Adelson trial. Many people were talking about the other case that she needs to be arrested. Zero said there is another suspicious package for me. Okay, Zero, thank you for one of my mystery packages. Yes, just have with the hand truck. Just put it over. I'll have it be put over to the closet room. I'm scared. Okay. Now, in LA, there's a lot of wild stuff going on, and the times are really intense. And over there, there's LA City Council. It's basically a clown show, and there's a couple of these different situations and scenarios that happen. So we do not know the motives of this person. Mary Toodles made the order. Oh, okay. I figured. It must be something that she had. So yeah, we're gonna have it put in, not taking it out of the closet and putting it over in the other room, by her quarters where she is. Thank you. Yeah, so with LA, there's a lot of city council meetings. It's a clown show. So I wonder if this is a political statement by somebody, or somebody just lost their mind. Some sort of politically motivated item. Not item, but a politically motivated situation. That is also possible. Lori says, I think Bubbles ordered a case of catnip, LO. Yes, Bubbles did. That is true. Yeah, he likes a specific type of catnip with his tea. That is something also about Bubbles he likes specifically with the tea. He likes a certain type of catnip, certain type of way. And that is how he does and handles his day. Yes, Lori, that is true. Yeah. Let's see if they came back. Let's see this part. Did something happen here? This U.S. strikes another alleged drug boat off of Venezuela. This is what they're showing while they're on break. Alright. But this is the other part that I was talking about with the... Okay. Yes, so this is a person just barricaded. Zero said, I was told it was to be wrapped and written with women things. And the outside of the box walks up to Mary Toodle's door, uses, and I'll leave it over here at the door, only she can use, nods. Okay, Zero, thank you. I'm glad that we had that restored. Yeah, that is true. That is true. They did make a lot of people mad. Yes. All right. I'll retile this video a little bit, somewhat. LA City Hall. Right, and this is not completely live at the moment, but it happened a few moments ago. There hasn't seemed to be any new. They're not showing this part of it anymore for some reason. But yeah, this is voice of the hallkeeper. Right. So watch this as it unfolds and see if any new updates come about it. All right. Zero says, so that was the strange business. Let me know when you're ready for the weird request. Folds arms and smiles. Right. Yeah, so in the city council, a lot of people go up and they talk about the issues with the city. People call in from different parts of the country and talk about the cringe that is going on in that situation. So then a lot of times they'll try to vote on something and they always usually have the same result, and it makes a lot of people angry. So I guess like people had a point where they did not want to deal with that anymore. So this person looks like they just barricaded themselves with some bombs in it, allegedly. I'll even change the thumbnail a little bit too, if I'm able to do that. Is that going to work, or it's not going to work? I know what to do. I have to go this way. All right, and Zero says, so someone told me the transporter crystal was broken. Looks over to the rim of my glass to alien spaceship waiting. Is this true? Tap my foot. Yeah, it is true, apparently. It is true. All right, and this is when the helicopter went away from it. No, it didn't go away from it. It just was showing the police right here. So it was showing the police. All right, so yeah, it is true, and I thought it was being repaired today. Yeah, as I said, they are still. There's doesn't seem to be any new updates about it at the moment, but yeah, that is what's going on here and going this way. Okay. Nothing really new at the moment. It's probably still there. I don't see any resolve to it. Zero says exhales gradually. I told them not to touch that dial that makes it have more power. That's only when you are transporting extra dimensional beings, and then I made a button for that. Goes to transporter room. Oh, thank you, Zero. Thank you. They need to listen to you more often. Okay. And I'll be updating you all about how this, the situation. Not technically live at the moment. It was just a few moments ago. They have not gone back to this scene, from what I can see. No. Maybe something catastrophic occurred and they cut the feed. I don't know. So, a couple different things. Yeah, so if, when I was more little, I played sports and I got trophies. I did very good at it when I was growing up. And I said it's cool that you help out with your people's team, Lori. You, and yeah, so just kind of complete of like what I was saying before. One thing that I like to drink at those sports things is a Gatorade. Yeah, that's always nice. Yeah, you like Gatorade too, Bubbles? That's good. All right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so today in chat, as we were getting more information out. Hello, Joyce. Good evening. So what's happening here is a man has barricaded himself in front of the LA City Hall, and allegedly was with a bomb too. Now there's no new updates, and Zero says he's fixing a transport crystal. Yes. Now at the moment, I can't get any new updates at the moment. What's going on with them? Yeah. Okay. Now it looks like let's see what's going on here. Oh look. Okay. The person got out the vehicle. They came back. Okay. The person is out the vehicle. Okay. He's walking towards the police. And he's arrested. All right, that's good. Someone's arrested from that. He surrendered. That's good. Man surrenders after barricading himself outside LA City Hall. I'll show you all the other part of him surrendering. Let's see. Yeah, but yeah, that's him right now. He's in the custody. So he had a vehicle outside the LA City Council, City Hall, and he was going to do something, then he surrendered to the authorities. And a lot of times, these situations, it could take a very long time. And especially if you're dealing with hostages. Shout to, yeah, Bubbles, they called him. That's really great, isn't it? Right. And they're just talking to him right now, and he's thinking about what a Timu fool he was or she was for doing that. I can't really tell. It's like an older person. You know, barricading himself. Okay. And Joyce, I'll also play the clips that we missed from earlier. Remember when their stream went out because of technical problems? I found the clips that they didn't show us. All right, so they're going to be taking him into custody, obviously. Okay, now let's go to the part specifically. That's over here. Okay, so they didn't even really show much. They just kind of showed, okay, that's him when he was arrested officially. He or she, whatever it is. So he would get out of his vehicle, put his hands up in the air. They didn't show this part. And then walking back to the, arrested. So yeah. I don't know what the motive was. Yeah, Bubbles. Bubbles, the cat, he's over there and he's eagerly watching the stream. Very curiously. But Bubbles was not his accomplice. Alright, and let's see any more parts of this. We just got our Trump. Okay, he's saying something. Alright, just some new stuff. So it looks like, okay, the man has been detained. He was detained. And let's see. Looks like a 7-year-old dude. That's what I think too. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Okay. Thank you, Todd, if you're still listening, for telling me what happened. I'm glad we covered it. Alright, so the person has been detained. And quite, as I said, very foolish for the person to do that. So now... And Joyce, I'm glad that you're here with us. We're going to... Now I'll show the part that we missed earlier. Change this title a little bit to this. All right. Now going to Fox Detroit. And we're going to play this right here. Yeah, now, and I thought, the verdict was not surprising, of course. We're going to copy this link right here. Copy link. And go here. This is the part that we missed from earlier when we were watching a stream. Hello, Pussycat. Great to see you. Recently, just a moment ago, there was somebody from in LA City Hall. There's somebody outside the place with explosives, and they went to detonate. They're gonna, maybe detonate themselves. They're gonna be something. They're doing something goofy, and after that happened, they were watching for a little while and nothing really major was occurring, and then the person surrendered and is being detained now. Todd, we watched it. I played it live. I showed it on the screen. So I want to thank you for telling me about it, and always tell me when something like that happens, because I did show the live stream of that on the stream just now. It's over with now. That's why I have something else on. But yes, I did play it. Thank you. All right, so this is from earlier. The DTE imposters have a guilty verdict, and we did not get to see it earlier because their stream went out, and our friends are watching. Okay, you're gonna be right back. Okay, they're watching Court TV. We're observing it for us. The jury in the murder trial, Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Zazu, accused of posing as the DTE workers, delivered the guilty verdicts for both men. On October 3, 2025, they were found guilty of the first-degree felony murder and counts of unlawful imprisonment and deletion killing of the 17-year-old. Oh, okay, Pussycat, understood. Killing of the 72-year-old Hussein Murray during a home invasion. All right. But yes, what the scene that I was showing before was live. It was live. Yeah, I'll cover you about what you missed. Okay, so
the country is preparing for the immediate.
okay, so Pussycat, this was from earlier. Now I was playing it while it was live. And in this situation, it was that was the vehicle sitting out. Person was barricaded in there with alleged explosives. All right. And for a while, it's like this. He just kind of sits there in the vehicle, in the detained position. Oh, Joyce, with the audio, there's no really audio to this. It's just the person being there. And yes, Joyce, I was playing it live when it was on, and it's not at the moment the person's been detained. I'm showing it again for Pussycat. So yeah, I had the audio muted right now. There's nothing really to show. So I'm just showing this to her, and so yes, the situation is complete. We're not like going to see like the entire part, but this is like the first part of it. But when you all saw the man being detained and brought back to the police vehicle, that was live. That was live. So you saw everything as it was unfolding. There was a part where they went away from this scene and played something else. So I was just waiting for them to come back with more updates. Then I switched it over and y'all saw it, yeah, live as it happened. So yeah, that was the person in the vehicle. He ran up on the curve, and he had explosives in there allegedly, and he was going to go blow himself up, allegedly, at the LA City Hall. All right. We don't really know. It looks like an older man. We don't really know what the reasons were. Now, this is the part where he's getting detained. Right here. Alright, so this is where they show he put his hand... They didn't show this on camera, but he put his hands up in the air, and they arrested him, and that's him going to the vehicle. That's when he was detained. And I played this while it was live. It's not live at the moment, but we played it while it was happening. Alright, so that's with his hands on his head. Okay, and yeah, that was him next to the vehicle, and he's yes, it's great, Bubbles, that he was brought in. I know. Exactly. That's what I think too. He was mad after the rising property taxes. Because, as I said, there's LA City Council. There's all these things happening in LA where there's lots of poverty, where there's people being homeless on the streets. There's lots of expenses, and the place is falling apart, and people are very irritated about it. So there is a point where I guess the person snapped. Growing up, seeing how the world was and seeing how it is now, he lost his marbles, but I can understand. Not condoning this type of behavior, but yeah, it's a crazy world over there. Bubbles is your co-anchor this evening. Yeah, if I had an extra camera, we could have the Bubbles cam and have him next to me while we do this. And something that I should get. Okay, yeah, that was them communicating. All right, and then that part was over. That was all that was shown about it, and the situation is over. It is... Okay, Joyce, understood. Everybody else can hear me? Okay, it's good. Now, for those that are interested, we'll be reacting to this scene right here. Oh, that was interesting. That page had hops. I like how you... Look at this, chat. It's like, you see that white right there? That's a little bit of something YouTube can adjust in their code. That white stuff And then you flip up a page. It's kind of funny. It's not supposed to really show that, but it shows that. Scared. Yeah, Bubbles concurs. Yes, that's some wild stuff. That's some wild stuff right there. Okay, Lori, that's good. I'm glad you can hear me. Lori, I'll show you something from yesterday I was playing. It looks like a tracking issue on VHS. Yes. Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes. Okay, so I'll show you all another trial while we, for a moment before we get into this one. And as I said, this is going to be unmuted on my end, so y'all will be able to hear this. This will be the defense. So remember that guy that was cleaning his gun and he shot his girlfriend? This is a part where his defense attorney was talking. Yesterday I played the part where the DA, the state, made their case, and this is the his attorney making the case for him. All right, so we're going to watch this, and the sound will work on this one because it won't be muted. All right. All right, there you go. Y'all can probably hear it now.
Yeah, please, court. Sure. Let me know when you're ready for me to switch it over to presentation.
You paid attention, and you agreed to become a part of something that you don't come across every day of your life. Okay? Probably inconvenient, and I'm sure all of you would much rather be someplace else right now.
I'm not like hating on anybody, but doesn't he have like real, like, his eyes look like they're about to pop out of his head? Scared.
And on top of that, we're going to ask you to make a really important decision. So thank you. I told you in my opening statement that everything that the police department and frankly prosecutors knew about what happened to Paulina Wright came from what Dale said to them. But all they seemed to hear was we were pointing the guns at each other. A statement made minutes after the worst moment in his life, covered in his girlfriend's blood, while his head is swirling between grief, anger at himself, and disbelief for the situation he found himself in. A couple hours later, when Detective Kern went straight to that statement, Dale said, no, not pointing at each other, pointing in the general direction. And it's on the tape. Watch it. Okay? The pointing at each other thing should have died.
It's like, it's like, this man, if I was a jury, I'd be scared. Scared.
A quick death right there. Because he explained, no, that's not what we were doing. He has never, ever said we were pointing guns like this, aiming at each other. There is absolutely no evidence that that ever happened. But apparently, Detective Kern didn't hear the air come out of the balloon when Dale said, no, we weren't pointing them at each other. They were in the general direction. Because obviously they're sitting across the table from each other.
Yikes. No hate. No hate,
That
but yikes.
suddenly didn't matter. No. Apparently the detective decided he knew all that he needed to know. Didn't matter what happened earlier that day. He told me that when I asked him if he knew what they had done all day. Didn't matter. That it would have mattered if Dale and Pauline had had some argument and he threatened her. But the detective didn't need to know that, apparently. It didn't matter what Dale and Paulina did for the 2.5 hours after they got home from the restaurant. He told me that too when I asked him. Do you know everything they did when they got home? I know enough.
He thinks he's being clever, but not. He reminds you of Dr. Siegel, but but with like bath salts. I don't know, like, for some reason that's what he reminds you of in a sense. I said no hate, but like he even looks kind of like one of those things. It was like those birds, and I say all this out of humor. And yeah, his suit's pretty cool. I like his suit and his red tie. You know, but I didn't realize the dude seemed kind of a little nervous, like when I was watching him in the trial. But man, this part was a little bit, different. But I mean, he was still acting the same, but you really see his eyes here. But it's like, I would advise, bro, that like when you're talking to a jury, you don't want to give them nightmares. They have enough nightmares from being on a jury and being in this situation. But as I said, I don't know, he was nervous or just how he looks or there's something else. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Michael has a good point. Yeah, we told them about that from before, Michael. But yeah, I want to reiterate what Michael said, is that if you didn't watch this trial, the prosecution rested on day 1, defense rested on day 2, after 45 minutes of testimony by the defendant. That is correct. Thank you. Lori said, if I bug out my eyes and wave my hands wildly, I will convince them rubs hands mischievously. Mischievously. Yes, exactly, Lori. Yeah.
So obviously they weren't sitting there with those guns for 2.5 hours.
This hilarious. Lori said, we shall call him Bugs. Scared.
That defies any logic. They were getting up, going to the bathroom, going to see the TV. There's a dog in the house, there's a cat in the house. But that didn't matter to Detective Kern. Didn't matter how much alcohol is in a $4.49 margarita. It didn't matter whether there was more alcohol in the house. Which is why he said he didn't ask the evidence technician to look for it. There wasn't, and you could see it in the pictures. Look at the picture of the dining room table. The only can on the table, the evidence technician identified as green tea. There's pictures of the kitchen, sink, There's no alcohol container anywhere out in the living area of the house. That wasn't important. But he kind of tricked himself because his explanation for not telling the tech to look for alcohol was, well, I talked to him and I didn't see any indication of a problem. Boom. So why are we talking about alcohol today? Why? Detective Kern didn't think it was a problem. And that is absolutely symptomatic of how the detective approached this case. He reached conclusions based on little nuggets of information, selective nuggets of information, and then decided there was no need to actually test or verify those conclusions when it could have been done so easily. Show me what you did. That's not a technical or hard question. Pretty easy. And when a guy says we were pointing the guns at each other and then says no in the general direction, how do you figure that out? Show me what you did. Did he ever ask him? No. Not once. Not one time. Because he'd already made up his mind. And that's why, ultimately, he never really bothered to find out the circumstances surrounding Paulina's death. He shot him with a gun, and he should have known better because he was a cop. Right? And he tried to backtrack from that. But he sure wrote it in his report. He didn't bother to ask. But now you know what happened. Because in this room, with his freedom at stake, every question is worth asking. Even yours. And I used to hate jury questions. Just scared the crap out of me. But I am thrilled that you folks got to ask questions. Because you did what Kern did. And he is totally incapable of telling you what happened to Paulina. Because he doesn't know. So at the point they sat down, having rested their case, you didn't know. All you knew is she was shot in the head. And you knew, because of listening to his anguish, that he was responsible for that. You knew that. But that doesn't make him guilty of manslaughter. And I'm going to talk about this in a minute, but the problem is that manslaughter is not a function of the consequence of someone's behavior. You look at what they did, not the result of what they did. There's nowhere in that instruction that tells you somebody's guilty of manslaughter by culpable negligence. Culpable negligence comes along when you do something really bad. No, it doesn't say that. It focuses on the conduct. Is what he did more than making a mistake? And we'll put the consequence over here for you. Okay? Keep that kind of in the back of your head. And we're going to go through that instruction. Mr. O'Neill went through it one time. I'll focus on what I think you need to see. But all the law comes from the judge. And you're going to have it. So you can read it. Everything I said in an opening statement that would be revealed by the evidence proved to be accurate. I didn't miss one thing. But only because I presented evidence and because I poked or prodded evidence out of their witnesses. The evidence bringers failed. Utterly failed. What happened to 25-year-old Paulina Wright was a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened. It makes you angry. Makes me angry that a mistake took the life of a beautiful young woman. But you can't use anger. You gotta leave that one outside. And the judge is going to tell you that. The next instruction he's going to read to you says, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Okay? Is it wrong to be angry? Of course not. Of course not. But that doesn't make it a crime because it makes you angry. And to illustrate that, let's take a step back. Think for just a minute. And for a moment, let's pretend there was no God. Okay? Let's pretend that on the way home from the restaurant, Dale dropped his phone on the floorboard of the truck. And for a split second, he looked down and shifted his feet to see where the phone went and slightly turned the wheel. Truck ran off the road, hit a tree. Pauline is dead.
Yeah, I've been reacting. Hello, Moki. Good evening. I've been reacting to this, and I do, as I said, want to show the part of that trial that we missed because of the stream went out earlier. And this part, I didn't realize with this guy, his eyes are. I remember during the trial when this was happening, but I really like looking at it even more closely. That I could see where Michael explained the condition the person probably has. But the bro's eyes is real, like, intense. It's quite been a funny reaction. And it's no hate on the attorney, no hate on him. It's something I didn't quite. I remember seeing it in the trial, but this I'm like, whoa. Like I was saying, the jury might have been scared. And earlier there was somebody outside the L.A. City Hall that drove on the pavement with bombs in the vehicle, and we were watching that as it was unfolding, and then the person was eventually detained. Situation's over with. That's what I was playing earlier. And continuing this, okay.
Would you be any less angry about the tragedy of her death? No. But under those circumstances, what caused her death was something probably every one of us has done one time or another driving a car. Made a stupid decision. Does that make you guilty of a manslaughter under my little facts? No. That's the differentiation. Driving cars is dangerous, handling firearms is dangerous, and accidents can happen doing either one with devastating consequences. But the consequence is not what makes it a crime. And it is to the law that we must look to determine whether a crime was committed in this case. You've seen this. There are two elements. We know Pauline is dead. He knows it.
Imagine this dude doing politics. That would be something. Or this guy gets in an argument or somebody. That has to be quite interesting to. It'd be quite interesting to see.
His every waking moment. So you got two ways to do it. Intentionally committed an act or acts that cause the death of Paulina Wright. Or cause the death of Paulina Wright by his culpable negligence. So what was the intentional act? Pulling the trigger? He said he didn't intend the weapon to be pointed at Pauline. The only question Mr. O'Neill extracted from him was confirmed that you intended to pull the trigger. He said yes, he was doing a function test. He wasn't doing a dry fire exercise. Those are two different things. The function test goes with the AR style rifle because of the way it's put together. The dry fire exercise is a basic firearms training technique. It's safe. And what he did with Paulina does not demonstrate someone who was completely mindless of being safe with firearms. He handed her the rifle, no ammunition here. All back by him. Handed her, she picks the handgun up and it's loaded. Cool. Let me stop what I'm doing. Got it out of the holster, cleared it out, put the stuff over by him. And you saw the picture of that. And the magazine and the one live round that he pulled out of the chamber, right there by him, where she couldn't get it. So she wasn't going to hurt herself or anybody else with what he was showing her. Nothing reckless about that. So what now is the intentional act? Suddenly, a few minutes ago, it becomes intentionally pointing it at Paulina. And he did not prove that. There's no evidence of that in this case. The best I can get is yes, he meant to pull the trigger to finish his function test. He didn't intend for it to go off. He didn't intend for it to have been steered in the direction of Paulina because he had turned and was looking at the television. He didn't intend any of that. But yes, he pulled the trigger. But you don't get to manslaughter that way. And it's kind of evident how it morphed from you intentionally pulled the trigger, yes, because that was the honest answer, to now suddenly he's guilty of intentionally pointing the weapon. He never said that. Never said that. And there's no evidence of it. And, you know, Mr. O'Neill's fascinations about what Mr. Boyle really meant when he was making his statement and inviting you to kind of fill in gaps, like where was her hand? The expert, Dr. Lang, said she couldn't tell you what she was doing with her hand. No way. Okay? But now suddenly, don't point that gun at me. Folks, if that had happened, she'd be alive. Because he'd look up, oh, damn. Whole thing. You wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here. Dale would be driving his car on patrol. And who gets a gun, put it in their face, and goes like that? But it went in through her finger, back of her finger, and out. She had a lot of hair. And Dr. Lang agreed. She could have been pushing the hair out of her face. Dale doesn't know what she was doing because he wasn't looking at her. And he certainly wasn't pointing the rifle at her. It ended up pointed at her. But it wasn't intentional. And he can't be convicted based on the evidence in this case, based on the argument that he intentionally pointed that rifle at her. There's no evidence of that. So let's bump down to culpable negligence then. Because I submit intentionally pulling the trigger, which is the only thing they prove, does not establish manslaughter in this case. And the instruction is going to tell you that. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence, period. It's not criminal. Without any conscious intention to harm. Has there been any evidence offered in this case to prove that Dale Boylow consciously intended to harm his girlfriend? And if there isn't any evidence of that, then stupid stays stupid. It's negligence. It's a mistake. And there are things we can do in this country when someone does something stupid that causes harm to other people. You sue them. But they can't be convicted of a crime or an accident. It cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act. There you go. Now the instruction is telling you, oh, so under the circumstances of this case, pulling the trigger doesn't get him to manslaughter. That's why it had to morph into pointing the rifle. And then the judge is going to tell you, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, that's that first one, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And I submit to you, pulling the trigger under the circumstances explained to you was negligent. Period. It wasn't a heinous crime that Mr. O'Neill wants it to be. It's a horrible, horrible accident. intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And then he's going to give you a longer definition. I will now define culpable negligence for you. So now we'll bump down to the or B, right? We finished with the act. They haven't proven that. Now let's talk about whether they've proven culpable negligence. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty, without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. It's the second time that he's going to read that to you. That must mean something. It's there twice. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care for others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. Okay? Doesn't say anything about consequence. Let's focus on what he did. Is there any evidence that in introducing her to these firearms that he was reckless or careless? No. Everything he handed to her, he made safe. And, oh, but he's got all this training. And you don't train with bullets on the table. And he should have known better. He said that. Okay? And he should have. But the training presents an interesting issue. That much training with firearm removes the fear. Okay? I've had some firearm training. They still scare the crap out of me. And you can make a mistake being scared. But when you've had as much training as Dale has had, unfortunately, you get confident that you know what you're doing. And that's a normal consequence of being good at something. Like a chef with a knife. How many of you have you seen with their hands all carved up? Because they cut themselves every couple of days. And there isn't another person on the face of the earth more qualified to use a knife than your average chef. But accidents happen. Like, you shouldn't cut something with a box cutter while holding the thing like this and pulling the box cutter toward you. That's pretty stupid. I did that 3 days ago. Accidents happen. And you don't decide whether the accident is culpable negligence by looking at the consequence. Nowhere in this instruction do you see that. It doesn't become a crime because something awful happened. You have to look at what they did and what was going on. Without any conscious intention to harm. Second time. And then I read that to you. Grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. Nothing about what you heard Dale Boylou did meets that definition. Because then they have to ignore how he handled the weapons when he gave them to her. Right? They want to jump now to this thing where he pointed it at her and pulled the trigger. And there's no evidence to support that. The negligence.
Okay. All right. So, Sheena, welcome to the stream. It's nice to you've seen my chats before in different trials and whatnot. It is nice to have you on the spaceship. Welcome. So basically, with Brooks, that trial was really fascinating. So that was my first year of watching trials. When I came during the Depp trial, and throughout the time, I'll see different trials throughout time during that year, and then I went to the Darrell Brooks trial, of course, and yeah, that one was really really insane. He would hit the table and he'd stare at Judge Doro, and he had this really insane look in his face, like he was trying to intimidate her, and then he wanted to have respect from the judge and everybody else in the courtroom, and he had an attitude. Okay, he needed a Snickers. He needed a Snickers, and he needed some. I'd say he need to maybe as a joke. He need to smoke something to calm him down, or he need to take a drink. Yeah. So another thing that happened with Brooks is that I learned recently from watching a video was watching the legal side of it explained. There was an agreement between his defense and the DA that certain things would not be brought up in the trial because there would be opening a door, so to speak. So if somebody, say, was responsible for stealing a cookie from a cookie jar 3 years ago, but it will be separate from this trial at hand. He needed 18 Snickers. Yes, that's true. And what happened was he brought up this video during his rap video. Yes, because as you know, there's a scene where he was talking about his rap video, and the state was talking about it, then he was talking about it, and he mentioned the red SUV in the background. Then he opened the door for the state to talk about something else, and then he was like, what kind of judge are you? What kind of trial is this? And he started getting all angry and triggered. And what happened was he was getting scared, and he made everyone else scared. Scared is a little drop that I do that chat likes a lot, and I like it too. It's quite funny. And it really emphasizes a moment in a humorous way that could be uncomfortable. Now, he opened the door to all these different factors, and he was his own worst enemy. Right? Sheena says the one Jim McIntyre was wild too. Oh, yes. Now, with Brooks, he's basically his own worst enemy. And when he would talk about maritime law, that has to do with marine life. That has to do with the sea. So I do think that trial was absolutely hilarious. And what I do is a lot of reactions to different trials. We watch the Johnny Depp trial reactions a lot, and I've been doing the newer ones recently. We talk about all kinds of different things here, including aliens, eclectic things, all that type of stuff. And Joyce is saying, "Wonder if a box 4 will make me invisible too." Yes, that is hilarious, and absolutely, Joyce, that will be true. We'll give you the spaceship for it. Oh, you believe? That's good. Now, the way this channel got its name, originally, it was a long time ago. It was called Hansel Cat, after my name. And I used to do I still do games in the channel, but this was like way back. I had this same brand of webcam, and I would attach it to myself, and I would play the DS when I was a kid. And I do different vlog videos. Then I rebranded the channel another time, called Skater Gamer, and I was. Oh, that's very interesting. I know exactly what you're talking about, and that is very cool. That certainly may mean something. Thank you for telling us about the birthmark. And with my buddy and I from school, we talked about aliens when I was a kid growing up, and I did this soundtrack. I would do soundtracks to my channel, and I did one about aliens, and it got viral. It went viral. It was called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. So I renamed the channel after that. And I remember when I was studying about YouTube, how to do the YouTube channel, is that you usually want people to stay on one topic, but I'm eclectic. So I do many different topics. So I made it a longer name so you could fit all kinds of different stuff in it. Like vlogging could be about anything, about aliens, about spaceships, about conspiracy theories, about all these different things. Then later on, I added trials to it. So, yeah, and I do want people to know about aliens, and I think it's something that people should be aware of. And about Planet 10, I like talking about Planet 10 because they're now confirming it's real, basically. And back in the day, it was more of a taboo. So I do think that there is, relating to trial chat stuff, there's been a lot of cover-ups, I think, with it. And it is something, may not be the most important thing in the world, according to some, maybe. But I do think it's something people should know about. Oh, you have a channel too? Okay. I will check you out, Sheena. Thank you. I think it's good to do all kinds of different things in eclectic, and I was able to get to work, and I'm so thankful for everybody lurking, watching, and all the different groups that are on the channel. And a special shout out to my trial chat fam too. They really have done a great work with the channel as well. I really appreciate them very much. And I always love trials. Said that was my first trial, and I felt it was just a very important thing to show about the depth situation during that time and helping people see the different points of view about Johnny, because there's a lot of stuff in the media at that time. Regardless of what people think about them, I think that he was not perfect, but I do not think he was responsible for what Amber was talking about. I'd say it was quite exaggerated in my opinion. But if you have different opinions, don't mind talking about other points of view as well. So with Brooks, I think, as I said, his pride and his arrogance and his narcissism, nothing wrong with, as I said, people being confident about something, but he really, really was an extreme, and he really was trapped in his emotions, and he was responsible for his downfall. I remember during the closing arguments, he got his Bible out, and he said he believes in Jesus. He believes in the Bible. And I do believe people can repent and change, in my opinion. But he was using that, in my opinion, as a ploy to just try to get himself out of the situation. But if he really, that's between him and God. But he really needs to, see his errors. There's a recent time he did, I think it was last year or earlier this year, he was at another hearing. And he was in the Temu box shipping room. Joyce said if I did a YouTube channel, I'd get shut down. Scared. And I would watch it, though. I would watch it. And Joyce said, how many times did he open a door, though, then complain about it? He did it the entire time, Joyce. Every single time he complained about it. Yeah, every single time he would do it and complain about it. And Judge was super patient with him. I would have thrown something at him. Oh, Joyce, you would have annihilated him. I know that for sure. She was very patient. And see, Joyce does not put up with nonsense. And I appreciate people like that. Also. And with Doro, yeah, I think she was very patient. And she was trying to explain to him how the law stuff worked. And I will explain to you all that it was strategic for her also to be patient with him. So there would be no grounds for a mistrial. No grounds for that to happen, where they would have to do it again. And Joyce, that is what we love about you. One of the things we love about you is the no filters. And I just feel that a lot are misunderstood, so shout out to you, Joyce. But yeah, I understand, though, about the certain situations like this, you would not put up with him. He certainly tests people's nerves. Now, because there would be a mistrial, because he would say, oh, he was not treated right, or he was yelled at, or something like of that effect. That is what he could have been argued. That's why towards the end of the trial, where she was reading to, I believe, if I can recall correctly, it was the jury instructions. And then we have Bubbles, the white cat in the background that likes to talk sometimes. Shout out to him. And what she did was she went very deep detail about the way it was going to be done and everything about Darrell Brooks. Because, and one of my friends, Miss Adams, she was really impatient about it, because I could understand. I felt the same way she felt We all wanted it to get with the program. But I remember from learning about the stuff at that time, about the trial stuff, is that if they do not do it very long, there could be grounds for a mistrial. There could be get another trial going, and he could have gotten another defense and maybe have gotten a lesser sentence. But that's why they have to say word for word. And I've talked to attorneys before I've known from trial tat, and also my aunt is an attorney too. And yeah, you gotta they go in very, very deep detail about things. It's very winded things to talk about. Oh, and here we go. It's G. Welcome to the chat. Oh yeah, shout out to you, Bubbles. The nice green pastures, G's nice green pastures and golden streams of enchanting galactic diamonds. The Diamond Princess is here, G. I'm very glad to have you on board. And Joyce said, oh yeah, he was mellow. They got his meds figured out. Yeah, I remember that is another thing that they did in the other part of the trial where they would, this other part earlier in the year, they would have him more calm, and he kept on covering his mouth, and they thought that he may have gotten punched in the face. They weren't really sure. And everybody's cracking jokes about it. It was hilarious. Yeah, so Darrell Brooks is one of my favorites, and we certainly will do reactions about the trial, about Darrell Brooks again, definitely. That one was wild. That was crazy. And I said, I like Judge Doro. Mary Toodles, my mom, looks a lot like Judge Doro. A lot like her. You know she was taking shots on break. Oh, yeah. With Doro, I could definitely see that. She definitely had her nerves were shot. There's people that were sending her things in the mail. There are people that were sending her flowers and wine and a vacation to get out of that place. And she said she could not accept anything that was given to her, though, because of some legal stuff. But yeah, she said a lot of people sent her letters, and she was patient. She was very, very noble. Very noble. And Bubbles knew I was coming. My ears were ringing. Then usually means someone is talking behind your back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And as I said, I know G and I knew Capri Law. And I talk about, as I said, y'all in a positive way, nothing in a negative way. If I had any problems in a negative way, I would tell you all directly. So, yes, I talk about all the people I know from YouTube and on the stream a lot, but in a positive way. And my interpretation usually is when somebody has bad things to say, that is what I consider behind someone's back. So, yes, if I had problems with somebody, I would tell them directly. But yes, G, there you go. I was talking about the different things people I've known from chat, and you came right in time. And I'm glad that you're with us. All right, Joyce says, she was taking shots of break. Oh, and Bubbles is a cat while I am way behind. Yes. And, yeah, so the Darrell Brooks trial, and G said, poor Duro, that woman's voice was shaking, but she was so composed, I'd have absolutely collapsed. He was too much. Yeah, yeah. And sometimes she would go put him in timeout in another room. She was, because when she'd feel threatened. And we know that there's a case where somebody ran over the table and then tackled the judge. So I could see where she thought he was going to do that. So sometimes he was in another room. You have to stay awake for another hour. Oh, we will certainly have that. We'll take care of that for you, of course. And that was one of the most wild things I've seen about she needs. There's a saying that my friends would say at school, help. And yeah, we'll keep you. Yes. And as they would say, help. That was what one of my friends would say. And I like to say scared. So yeah, Roadbrooks is a crazy. It was like a comedy show. It was like, wow, this guy's really serious in him defending himself, and he just didn't have the brains to realize the things that he was doing wrong. So what he did was he resorted to anger and hatred. Right. Now, something, as I said, I wanted to show was the part of the trial that. So earlier there was something called the DTE trial that we're watching on Fox 2 Detroit, and they weren't able to show the part where they were having the sentence. Joyce said, kiddo can't call me for another hour. He is on a Boy Scouts camping trip. He has to call me so he can sleep. Oh, okay. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for letting us know. All right. So this is... I didn't know if... First they were saying that like maybe on the other end they cut the stream and they're going to show us later, but oh, Star Trek returns to Star. That's facts. That's facts. She said, Alien, what was the deal with Diddy today? Gloria Alfred said 148 months, then others said 50 months. He was in jail for 3 years, so when is he actually getting out? Oh, hello, my friend Tom. Good to see you. Gee, so this is the situation about Diddy. A good question. I was watching intently. So, and Jesse was updating the entire time, and he was very consistent. He would interrupt, and I should know her name, but the woman that was in New York, in the city, that was over there in front of the courthouse, I should know her name, but I don't recall it off the top of my head. It's a very nice name. But he was updating. So at first, the judge said that he was thinking about 11. He was thinking about close to 11 years at first. So that's where the first part comes from. But that was not the sentence. So if you're hearing different numbers from chat, may have been different things that were mentioned by the judge. But the final part of the sentencing that the judge was talking about was that he would get 50 months in prison. And as Moki just said, he got 4 years minus time served. And that 50 months is 4 years. So he got 4 years and time served. So that is what happened with that trial. He is going to be 4 years minus time served. And the judge was telling Diddy that, which a lot of people were triggered about what the judge said about giving him 4 years minus the time served. And people think, quite a few people think that he will get a couple of months. I mean, not a couple of months, but not as much as they were saying. Like, some people think that it's going to be 28 months or less, and he'll be out. And we have to see how that all goes with if he gets out sooner or not. So yeah, with Diddy, the judge was talking about how he had a lot of fans supporting him, and that might be dark times for him, but you eventually will make it out. So, and people are triggered about this, where the judge was giving him encouragement. And as I said, he had a very good legal team, Diddy. He had a very good legal team, including Brian Steele, which was, the YSL trial. Many of us like him for YSL, but a lot of people are not happy with the Diddy situation. But yeah, I was judging by what I know from trials and the very intelligent people that taught me about trials in the chat. I thought it was going to be about what they said. It was going to be from judging from what I was hearing and from what I know and from what the information I gathered. This was going to be what it was, according to the court of how the procedures work. Now Joyce is saying he got 4 years and 2 months. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Gloria Allard, a renowned attorney, literally said 148 months. I was like, what the hell is going on? I don't know anything about 148 months, but I know that it's going to be 50 months at the moment, and 4 years and 2 months, and 4 years minus time served. Yeah. So, and he may have very good behavior in there, and maybe at some point in the future they would release him earlier. There's a couple of, we'll have to see how it all goes, but yeah, that is, and he would have wanted to have gotten out today, but that wasn't going to happen. And the judge was saying that he has inspired. Now, the judge's statements was he was inspiring the black community. He did a lot of music, but he cannot deny what he's doing to these women he did stuff to. He's not denying about that. And Diddy did make an apology about his actions that he had against Casey Ventura and other people. And they were saying, like Jesse was saying, that he's very careful how he was wording what he was saying because they didn't want him to say this or that, the other thing. So it was carefully worded apology. And I do not know what a person feels or not, but many people are skeptical about his intentions. So, yeah, that is what happened with Diddy today. I was watching that in the DTE trial, and it was a nice chat. Nice chat in both areas. Now, there was about 40,000+ people watching at the LC chat. It was wild. I saw some people that we know there. It was one person I've not seen in ages was there. So, yeah, that was what happened. And, there's no cameras in the courtroom because it's a federal trial, and New York City does not have cameras in the courtroom. But allegedly, with Luigi Mangione, allegedly, they're going to have cameras in there for that, from what I'm hearing. I don't know if that makes any sense to me, but we'll see. I do like the way the court looks, the courthouse looks, if that's what it's called. Looks kind of like Great Gatsby type of architecture, but the gold. It's really impressive looking. I like the revolving door. It's cool. But he didn't get that because of all of the good doing lifting up the community. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Joyce, for the other part of the commentary. All right. Yeah, so that is a situation of what happened with Diddy today. The DTE trial, imposter trial, is guilty of murder by the juries. So there's this trial, there is 2 different juries with 2 different defendants. And people have said they have not seen this since the Menendez brothers. And the attorneys were making their case for their clients. And the male attorney was very rude, condescending. And people didn't really like him too much. So that, and then as I said, their stream went out when they're about to read the verdict. And they reposted the video of the part that we missed. As I said, that was cringe, but we had, 666 and others were watching it on Court TV television, which I even get the station, the Court TV television. That is what they got to tell us what the verdict was. And then we knew in chat, and then we ended it for the day. Now, this is the part that we all missed when they were saying the verdict. So here it goes. All right.
John Betrofuss and Andrew McGarrett on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of and with Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo is standing to my left at the table.
All right, sir, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
Okay, all right, just by way of background to place on the record, the jury was sent out to deliberate, what would you say, was it around 4? About 4 p.m. We got note 1 came in on behalf of Mr. Zuazo at 4:15 p.m. and it said, we have reached a verdict. That note came in when we were in the other proceeding. The court was aware that a verdict had come in and did not address the jury at all. Where's the note that they just sent? The note where they talked about, we just need to know what's going to happen. Do I have that? Oh, is it in its own envelope? Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. So this note comes in just now at 5:53, and it says, is it possible to get an update on the process? We're not sure what to expect, and any info would be appreciated. All this has been communicated to all the attorneys. They're aware of it. As soon as I got the notes, I just wanted to place that on the record that those were the only 2 notes written on behalf of defendant Zuazo. So we're going to accept our verdict now. Let's bring our jury in. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please be seated. All right, so we are in receipt of your note that you have reached a verdict. Have you chosen a foreperson?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Foreperson, did you bring in that verdict with you? Okay, if I can just take a look at it, and I just want to review it to make sure that it is signed and dated, and then I'm going to give it back to you, and you can let us know what your verdict is. Okay, all right, I'm going to send this back to you. Just read as to each count what you found, please.
Count 1, first-degree felony murder. Guilty as charged of first-degree felony murder. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Guilty as charged. Count 3, unlawful imprisonment. Guilty as charged.
All right, thank you, Mr. Foreperson. We'll collect that verdict form from you, and you could be seated. Would anyone like the jurors polled?
Your Honor, I would make that request.
Okay. All right, juror in seat 1, sir, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 2, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 3, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 4, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 5, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 6, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 7, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 8, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 10, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 11, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 12, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
And juror in seat 13, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my staff, and the attorneys, we sincerely appreciate the time and service that you have put in this week. I know it's been a long day and a long week. If you can wait back in that jury room for me, I would like to come back and just say hello and chat with you. I'm not going to be able to get right back there, though, so if you have to leave, I do understand. But if you can wait, that would be great. I'd like to say hello. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, and bond is already denied here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so bond remains denied, and we will come back here for sentencing on.
December 9th at 1 o'clock.
All right, December 9 at 1 o'clock. I'll see
Judge,
everyone.
the only thing, and I know Mr. McCarthy's aware of, just at the time of sentencing, we need.
All right, G, I'll explain. So these two guys broke in this couple's house. They broke into the house, and the husband was murdered. They assaulted the wife, and they had a pawn shop, and they had some valuables, and they took the valuables, and as I said, they tied up the husband and murdered him, and then they took all of her stuff and assaulted her. And then they escaped close at my state. And they came close to my state. Actually, one of them came into the state that I'm in, scared, and he was detained. Yes, it was an older couple. And there was two juries for two different defendants, tried concurrently at the same time. All right, so the next guy is the bigger guy. Yeah. Thank you, Joyce, for helping, G. All right.
Need to address the habitual offender notice too for the record.
Okay, we'll do it then.
Very well.
We're all set. No, let's call it. Ms. Lofton, we've called for your client, if you want to come up.
Would you like us to stay in the same seats that we have been in?
Yeah.
Mr. McCarthy, did you get the referral form?
Yeah, I do. I am.
You want to email it to me?
you.
Great, thank you.
I'll get it to you.
Okay.
I have to do it.
Sure.
Oh, are we ready? Okay, let's call the case.
Calling People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291-945-FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew McGarrow on behalf of the people.
Paula Michelle Lawton on behalf and with Mr. Carlos Hernandez.
All right, tell me your name.
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, all right, so by way of background, the jury was sent out around 5 p.m. I got a note number 1 at 5:21 p.m. It says, Jury B is requesting Mr. Hernandez's t-shirt. That was submitted as evidence, as well as the photos of the back of the Nike shoes, the photos of the shoe prints at the scene, as well as the N95 mask with Mr. Hernandez's DNA on it, as well as the crime scene photos of Mr. Murray in the basement. The court discussed this off the record with the counsel, and those items were then put together and sent back to the jury. And at 5:58 p.m., the next note came in and it says, Jury B has reached a verdict and we will bring them in to receive same.
All rise for the jury.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Okay, so we did receive a note that says that you have reached a verdict. Did you choose a foreperson? All right, Mr. Foreperson, I'm going to have you read us that verdict, but first I just want to take a quick look at it just to make sure it's signed and dated. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to send this back to you, and if you could just read what your verdicts are as to each count.
Should you stand?
Sure.
For count 1, first-degree felony murder, the jury finds defendant Hernandez guilty as charged first-degree felony murder. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment, the jury finds defendant Hernandez guilty as charged of unlawful imprisonment. Count 3, unlawful imprisonment, the jury finds defendant Hernandez guilty as charged with unlawful imprisonment.
Okay, all right, thank you. We're gonna get that verdict form back from you. Would anyone like the jurors polled?
Yes.
All right, juror in seat 1, is that and was that your verdict? Yes, I have to hear, we're recording, yes? Yes. Juror in seat 2, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 3, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 4, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 6, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 7, is that and was that your verdict? Juror in seat 9, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 10, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 11, is that and was that your verdict? Juror in seat 12, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 13, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat 14, is that and was that your verdict?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my staff, and attorneys, we sincerely thank you for your time and service. I know today's been a long day and it's been a long week, so we really thank you for your time and your commitment here. I always like to come back and say hello to my jurors. I know it's late in the day, so if you can't wait for me, that's okay, I understand. But if you can, I'd like to come back to say hello. Thank you.
All right, the jury.
Oh, okay, is bond denied here?
Yes,
All right, bond will continue to be denied, and we'll come back here for sentencing on
December 9th, 1 o'clock.
December, yes, does that work? December, yeah, go ahead.
My client has asked for a different sentencing date as a co-defendant, and I told him that I would ask the court.
December 9 at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, the motion is denied. Anything else for the record at this
Judge,
time?
again, there's a habitual that needs to be addressed at sentencing.
Okay, we will do that then. Ms. Lofton, anything else? Okay, all right.
All rise.
I'm about to play some other scenes from this trial so G can have an I want G to see some scenes from it, so I'm going to play some stuff, some parts of the trial again so she could see it. Okay, and let's see. No.
Vox Local.
Okay. They both claim that they were innocent, of it. Jack can correct me. It was kind of like, seemed kind of difficult to see, like, who, which one did what. They can tell with evidence, of course, about who did this and that, but yeah, they're both pleading that they were innocent and didn't do what the other one was accused of. But yeah, I would agree with you, Joyce, about that with the big boy. Yeah. Yeah, he did it definitely. It'll be December 19. December 19 is when there'll be the sentencing. I'll continue to play this for you. Okay.
My check. Perfect.
Recall, I know contact was made there.
All right, the jury, please.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. I do apologize for the delay this morning. One of our jurors did get stuck in an accident, but luckily everyone here is here and is safe. So we're going to get going. Mr. Petrofus, I believe Detective Packmeyer was on the stand yesterday, was under oath, and he remains under oath today. And you can continue, Mr. Magaro, with your direct. Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
You reviewed that video from Lowe's, is that correct?
Correct.
And what city or what location was that Lowe's video?
I believe that was Ellen Park.
All right. And based on your investigation in this matter, were you able to determine an address that was associated with Mr. Hernandez while he was in Michigan?
Yes.
And in what city was that?
It was in Lincoln Park.
Okay. And what's the relative distance from Lincoln Park to Allen Park?
Roughly 3.5 miles.
Okay. From that Lowe's to Lincoln Park, about 3.5 miles?
Correct.
Okay. And that Lowe's video was taken in the morning of the homicide in Rochester Hills?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to interview Kelly Broad in this matter?
I did.
Okay. How did that come to your attention, Mr. Broad?
Mr. Broad contacted our office, I think, on the 17th of October. I believe that was the date. He indicated that he has some information he wanted to talk to me about. He described Defendant Zuazo as being an employee of his and being in the video. Therefore, I went down and met with him. He based the information on Ring video that he saw released to the media.
And that was a video that the Sheriff's Department released to the media?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you meet Mr. Broad?
It was at the Krispy Kreme, I believe, down south of St. Mary's cement factory.
Okay. And when you met with him, it was in the parking lot?
It was.
Was that in your squad car or patrol car?
My detective car, yes.
Okay. And did you play for him those Ring videos?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you played those videos for him?
I know the one we rewound, I think, twice because he wanted to hear something that was stated in the video.
And was that the video of Mr. Hernandez leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you play that video for him?
On my county-issued computer laptop.
So you had a laptop, and then
yes.
Were you sitting in the driver's seat?
I was in the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat.
Do you recall about how long this meeting lasted for?
Well, we talked about Krispy Kreme a little bit, maybe a half hour tops.
Okay.
He had to get to work.
Okay. And did you play one of the other videos where when this defendant was on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. And did he identify anybody in either one of those videos?
He did identify Zuazo.
In the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have him write out a written statement about it?
I did.
Okay. And did you play the audio in the video of him leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And also, when were you involved in the apprehension or taking into custody of Mr. Zuazo?
No.
No. Did you happen to see him afterwards?
Yes.
And did he have any type of facial hair at that time?
He had very similar facial hair as he has today.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, so then cross-exam by Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So just starting where you left off on direct with the meeting you had with Kelly Broad on October 18th, I think it was. He wrote out a statement for you, correct?
Correct.
And he put in a quotation from the video that you watched with him, I believe you said 2 times.
Correct.
And you got a statement, when he wrote out that statement, you got a copy of that statement, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what he wrote in the quotation marks as a quotation from, purportedly, from Mr. Zuazo?
I believe he quoted the "Come on, man," which was stated in the video of leaving the garage.
Come on, let's go?
Come on, man, is what he told me, is what I recall. I would have to review the statement.
Okay, well, let me just, I thought I had it right at my fingertips for whatever reason. Give me just 1 second, please. You have it here. Thank you. Yeah, approach it. I'm handing you a document. I ask you first of all whether you understand or recognize it.
I do.
And is that in fact the statement, or at least a copy of the statement that Mr. Broad prepared for you back on the 18th day of October last year?
Yes.
And you see the quotations in either the second last line or the last line where it says, "Come on, let's go"?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've listened to this video on a number of occasions, correct?
I have.
And would you agree that what is actually said on the video is, "Come on, man"?
I believe it was "Come on, man," and then after there was "Let's go" was stated, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so that's what your recollection
Yes,
is.
it was combined, was separated, is the way he wrote it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll retrieve that document. In your work in this case, quite a bit of it was finding locations through flock, correct?
Yes.
And you obtain those videos from Lowe's in particular, and then also at a Home Depot, is that right?
Correct.
And so let's talk about the Lowe's one.
Okay.
That is at about 9:30 in the morning on the 11th day of October, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in that video that shows the departure of the vehicle, is there? From
Not
the
that
parking lot?
I recall.
Okay, so obviously it's the flock that is the mechanism by which you were able to find this white Jeep pulling into the parking lot at the Lowe's on that morning, October the 18th, correct?
Correct.
And
October the 18th? No.
what date was it?
It would have been October 11th.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about the statement with Mr. Broad. I am corrected. October 11th.
Correct.
So it's 9:30 in the morning. Your investigation makes you know that the arrival of the two people that come to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Murray is at about 11:30 in the morning. Is that correct? So this is about a 2-hour difference in time. There's no flock that shows the departure, at least of which you are aware, the departure of that white vehicle from the parking lot after the purchases were made, correct?
Necessarily, they may not have had cameras exiting and entering, therefore it wouldn't capture it. Flock is not always 100% reliable of catching images either. So I can't recall to say if there's a camera leaving that it would have captured it or not.
Okay. You would agree that it's not something that you had put into the materials that you submitted to the prosecutor's office. And so we don't know exactly who got into that vehicle after the purchase was made on the inside.
That's
correct?
fair to say, yes.
Now, we do see the vehicle again later in the day at about 12:16, as I recall from your testimony yesterday. And it is going in the same direction as that white truck was going by, the DTE truck, correct?
Correct.
There's about a 5-minute difference in time, correct?
Correct.
And so we know, based on your testimony, that that vehicle belonged to Mr. Hernandez, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the white DTE Energy truck, you don't know who was driving in that vehicle at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how many people were in it as it goes by that address on Manchester Street in Detroit or Highland Park, whichever it is. So what we do know is that in the theory that the DTE Energy was occupied by at least Mr. Hernandez, correct?
In theory,
at the house on the street in Rochester Hills where this incident occurred, correct?
The video shows both subjects leaving the garage going to the DTE truck.
I got that part. But in terms of the vehicles, the white Jeep vehicle is not occupied. I mean, it is on the same street within 5 minutes of the DTE Energy vehicle seen on the Castle Rock Street near that address where the Murrays live, correct?
Are you asking if the Jeep was on Castle Street?
No, the DTE Energy. If
Yes.
I said Jeep, I misspoke. I apologize for that.
Yes.
So there is that difference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Defendant Hernandez.
Good morning.
Come on.
So thinking back to yesterday, we watched the videos from a home. Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on that. How did you establish the time on those videos?
That was the recorded time, I believe, on the videos.
Okay. And did you make contact, or did someone from your department make contact with that homeowner? How was it that you were able to get those videos?
Detective Jones, I believe, from the FAT team made contact with the homeowner and retrieved those videos.
Okay. And there's been some questions, both from the prosecutor and from Mr. McCarthy this morning about a white Jeep. In any of the videos that you retrieved that we're just speaking about now, nothing shows the license plate on that black Jeep, or on the white Jeep, correct? No. Also, we were shown a video of a Home Depot store, but we did not see the checkout. So I know that you stated there's one of two ways that detectives can try to get information from stores like Lowe's or Home Depot. I know Lowe's, you can use their flock and see the cars that come in. Home Depot does not have that, correct?
That Home Depot, I don't believe so.
Okay, but you can call a particular Home Depot and ask if certain items that you find relevant were purchased, correct? And that's what happened at that Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. But you were not provided a video of the actual checkout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was it Home Depot that told you that this is the checkout of these two individuals, or how did that happen?
That I can't recall. I know contact was made there to cross-reference certain items, and you were able to come up with that transaction, and then they backtrack timestamp.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further redirect?
Just quickly, and Detective Packmeyer, there was a question that you about regarding the license plate of that particular Jeep, and there was not a license plate.
That we could see, no.
Okay, but was there
at the house going by? We could not see the plate.
Okay, but when you noticed that white Jeep in that video going past the Greendale address, was there anything significant about that particular Jeep noticeable to you?
Yes, there's a lot of things significant. Number one, it has the moonroof. It appears to be a limited X, which has more of a sporty package. It has a ductwork vent. They may be real, they may be fake in the hood. They have a different front fascia on the front of the vehicle, a little more sleek looking. The fog lights are a little bit elongated. And the same thing in the rear of the Jeep also. The bumper is different, more sportier than the standard Grand Cherokee of that model year.
Now, Detective Packmeyer, you're pretty specific there and seem pretty certain about those items. How do you know that?
I'm a Jeep guy, number one, but we researched and watched over and over to link it. The wheels are the same in all those videos. All those things match up on the Jeep.
And that Jeep that you saw go past that 90 Greendale Avenue about an hour and a half after the homicide, was that similar to the same markings and things to that Jeep that you saw in the Lowe's flock camera?
Yes.
And no further question, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
People call Officer Hill to the stand.
Good morning, officer. If you could just get in that witness stand and stay standing, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Eric Hill.
Oh, okay.
And Mr. Hill, can you spell your first and last name for us, please?
Erichill.
And where are you employed, Mr. Hill?
The Detroit Police Department.
Right. And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
9 years.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Detroit Police Department, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
Right. What is your current title with the Detroit Police Department?
Police officer.
Okay. I want to direct your attention back to October 11th, 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, did you locate a car that was on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where that was located at?
Yes, it was located on East Margaret Street, just east of John R.
Okay. And where? What type of address was this that you located?
It was in a vacant field.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day that was when you located it?
12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. In 12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed, where were you when you first saw it? Did you see smoke or did you see the car? What did you see first?
I was driving east on 8 Mile Road by John R. when I observed smoke southeast of that intersection.
And when you observed that smoke, what did you do?
I immediately drove to go investigate that area.
And what did you first observe when you arrived there?
A white F-250 on fire with 2 firefighters standing by watching.
There was already firefighters there?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next in your investigation of that burning truck?
I was in plain clothes in an unmarked vehicle, so I got out, identified myself as Detroit Police firefighters, and asked what was going on with the burning car.
Okay. And at some point during your investigation, did that particular car were you made aware that this car could be of interest in law enforcement?
Yes. So, in my experience, little backstory, I worked at the 11th Precinct where this car was located for about 6.5 years. Knowing that there's almost nothing in that area, and for something to be burning in the middle of the day, it would be highly unusual, likely tied to something violent.
And so when you were over in that area, you had concerns about this?
I was fairly certain, yes. I didn't have any definitive proof at the time.
Okay. And did you get notified by dispatch or over the radio that this car could be of interest?
So upon determining that the car had DTE logos on it, I immediately contacted our dispatch asking if there had been any reports of a stolen DTE truck to Detroit Police that day.
And then were you made aware that there was?
At the time I was told no. I didn't learn it was related to anything until later on in the day around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay. You want me to approach the witness?
Yeah.
And officer, I'm hitting you with already been marked as People's Division admitted at People's 15A. Can you take a look at this for us?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the picture I took before I sent it to Investigator Downey, I believe it was, for Oakland County.
And that's exactly what that truck looked like on fire in that 11th precinct that you were used to. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Hill, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I just have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. So this vehicle was south of 8 Mile Road and east of John R?
Correct.
Was it as far down as State Fair, which is 7.5 mile?
I don't recall exactly where. I believe it was between State Fair and 7 Mile.
Okay, so south, closer to 7 than it was to 8. Is
somewhere
that right?
in that area. I can't give the exact.
And then the area, because you were familiar with it, did not have much in the way of buildings.
Correct.
And so the fact that there was a fire going on in what was, in your mind, pretty much vacant neighborhoods was a matter of interest to you, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, Detroit Fire was already present, is that right?
Yes.
And so they had the fire under control?
No, so they didn't actually have a fire truck there. They had been 2 firefighters driving one of the department vehicles on their way to lunch when they observed the same thing and went to investigate.
Oh, so they were just calling for a fire unit to come to put it out?
They were there on scene. They investigated. Once they'd located where the fire was and what was going on, then they called the main station to send a fire truck out.
And you were present when that occurred?
Yes.
And then Did you have anything to do with the disposition of that vehicle, having it towed away or anything like that?
No. In order to tow away a vehicle or impound it, you need a program called GovTow in a computer, which I did not have because I was in an unmarked vehicle with no computer at the time. So I called for over dispatch to send a marked unit to recover the vehicle.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross Defendant Hernandez?
I have no questions.
Any redirect here?
None, Your Honor.
All right, Officer, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
May dispense the excuse.
No objection.
No objection.
Please excuse.
People call Lieutenant Martez Dixon. Lieutenant, if you could come this way to be sworn in. Sir. You can step up, the judge will say your name.
Good morning, Lieutenant. You can just stand up and raise your right hand. I can get you sworn in here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Martez Dixon.
Your witness.
Good morning. If you could tell us how you're currently employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit.
And just if you could do me a favor, there's folks that are in the first two rows that are also jurors that need to hear you. So if you could get your voice up loud, it may be loud enough, but I just want to make sure so we don't have to repeat it, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us how you're employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit, Detroit Fire Investigation Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Been doing that since 2021, it's about 4 years.
Okay. And you have a rank of lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And is that rank of lieutenant through the fire department or is it through the police department?
It's through the fire department.
Okay. And did you have specialized training for your duties currently?
Yes, sir.
And what are your duties currently?
My duties are to determine the origin and cause of fires.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury basically what that means when you have that specialty?
When you have that specialty, you are assigned to any fires that's in the city of Detroit, and I investigate the fires, and like I said, I determine the origin and the cause of the fires.
And have you testified multiple times before?
No, sir.
This is the first time?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to October 11th of 2024, where you called out as part of your duties to investigate a suspicious fire.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that entailed?
That entailed I had a call out on a vehicle fire on the east side of Detroit. So that's
good. Did you take photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced. If I could approach your honor. Exhibits 15B, 15C, 15D, and 15E and F. Can you see all those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle once I arrived.
Okay. And can you tell us from your training experience what you noticed when you got to the scene and looked at the vehicle?
I noticed significant fire damage that originated in the interior and extended to the exterior.
Okay.
Of the vehicle.
Were you there when the fire was still going, or did you get there after that?
I was there after it was extinguished.
Okay. And you photographed the license plate also?
Yes, sir.
And this investigation ended up getting involved with a homicide case that is out of Oakland County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any chemical testing on the interior of the vehicle of anything of that nature, did you?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-exam Zuazo.
Lieutenant, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Judge Lazuazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you here this morning. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are a lieutenant in the Detroit Fire Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your job is to investigate fires.
Yes, sir.
So you got called to that scene that day, and you were able to determine through your investigation that the fire initiated or originated, rather, in the passenger compartment of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to do that?
Through the fire patterns, and fire effects.
And the fire patterns, were you able to determine a source of what ignited the fire?
No, sir.
And when the fire, you talked about the fire pattern, that means the direction in which the fire goes, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your direct testimony, you said something about in the back part of the truck, meaning the bed of the truck, there was fire damage there, correct?
Yes, it was fire damage in the bed of the truck, but it originated in the passenger compartment and extended towards the bed of the truck. Yes, sir.
Did it engage with the engine of the truck?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, was the fire still ongoing, or was it already extinguished?
It was already extinguished, sir.
And when you conducted your investigation, did you do that on the scene there on John R. Street, or did you do it at some place where vehicles are towed by the fire department and investigations are conducted in a garage?
I conducted my investigation right there on the scene.
And the photographs that you took are right there?
Yes, sir.
And then you made a determination that it was originally ignited in the passenger compartment, but you could not tell what was the cause of the ignition. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross from
Mr. McCarthy asked my question, so I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, no cross from then Defendant Hernandez. Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you. You may step down.
People called Detective Casey Jones. Detective Jones, if you could take the stand to be sworn in. Yes, sir.
Morning, Detective. Just stay standing, raise your right hand. I'll get you sworn in here. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Casey Jones.
Your witness.
Good morning, sir. If you could make sure you speak up very loudly, because
Sure.
the folks in the first two rows need to hear you also.
Okay.
Detective Jones, can you tell us how you're employed?
Yes, sir. I work for the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana. I've worked there for the last 20 years.
And are you have any special assignments?
Right now, I work on patrol as a supervisor, but for the previous little over 9 years, I worked as a investigator for the Detective Bureau.
Okay, let me direct your attention back to October of 2024. Were you an investigator and detective back at that time?
Yes, sir. I was a supervisor over our Persons and Property Division.
Okay, and can you tell us, as far as being a detective in that location, what your duties would basically involve?
Investigating criminal matters involving crimes against persons or theft of property.
Okay. Not having been to Cato Parish before, and that's parish, not county, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Not being in Cato Parish before, are there any major cities that I would know of that are in Cato Parish?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
And are there any major highways that run through Cato Parish?
I-49.
And can you describe that highway?
I-49 is a highway that goes through Caddo Parish, and if you come out of Arkansas south, it'll go all the way to I-10 toward Baton Rouge.
Okay. And if you can tell us, as best you remember, your department became involved in a traffic stop of a Carlos Hernandez back in October of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what day that traffic stop occurred?
October 12, 2024, about 3:43 p.m.
Okay, and does that highway head in the direction of Texas or going that varied route?
Yes, sir. That interstate could lead to I-20 to go to Texas.
Okay. And the directional path that Defendant Hernandez was going, was that north or south, east or west on that highway?
Southbound on I-49.
And were you familiar with the deputy from your parish that engaged in that traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Deputy Michael Rocco.
Okay. And was there any other assistance by any other law enforcement agencies at that time?
Yes, sir. Corporal Dennis Williams assisted with the traffic stop, and then other deputies came afterwards, and then we got called as the investigative bureau.
Okay. And had your department, along with other law enforcement in Louisiana, been notified by interest by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in a white Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
And what information did you get provided for you and your department regarding what vehicle was of interest to Oakland County?
Louisiana State Police was notified by a task force that there was a wanted vehicle, and there was a bolo out. So LSP was helping with the pings and then determined that was in Caddo Parish and then called upon us for assistance.
Okay. And that traffic stop, Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody?
He was.
Did you ever have contact with Carlos Hernandez over the time that this case was down being investigated in Louisiana?
Not in reference to this, no.
Okay. When Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody, was Oakland County notified by your department that
Yes.
he was in custody?
Yes.
After he was taken into custody, did your department basically process the scene by taking photographs and taking items into property?
Yes.
And was that by search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been, you've had an opportunity to review those before coming in today, the photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 3A. Hopefully technology works and it is up there on your screen.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For reference, Exhibit number 3A is photographed by your department showing the white Jeep front. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 3B. That is a photograph from your department showing the passenger side of that white Jeep.
Yes.
Exhibit 3C shows the rear of that Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that also has the plate that comes back to the Be on the Lookout that your department received.
Yes, sir.
Going to Exhibit 3D, that is the VIN number that is assigned to that vehicle.
It is.
Photograph 3E, is that the Jeep driver's side?
It is.
Showing you 3F, is this a photograph of the Jeep passenger side and glove box?
Yes.
Showing a photograph 3G, is that a close-up of the Jeep glove box?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3H. Is that the clipboard inside the glove box?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3I. Is that a photograph of the rear seat of the Jeep?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3J, which is the Jeep trunk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3K. Is that a pair of black Nikes?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3L. Is that a black Nike on the right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3L. Is that a black Nike 3M? Is that showing you the Nike sole of that right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3N as in Nancy. Is that showing you the left black Nike?
This is the left side.
That's
of the
still
shoe.
in.
Yes, sir.
The 3N. Do we have 3N? Is that the left side of the black Nike?
Yes, sir.
3O. Is that showing you the sole of the left shoe of the black Nike?
Yes.
Moving on to 3P. Does that photograph show a placard for a DTE sign?
Yes.
Showing you what's 3Q. Is that showing a license plate with the identifying POCO 32?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3R. Is that showing you a bucket hat?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3S? Is that showing a white mask?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3T? Is that showing a Home Depot bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3U? Is that showing a pair of brown boots?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3V? Is that showing you a black sweat jacket?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked 3W? Is that a white t-shirt?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3X? Is that showing you the interior contents of the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Y? Is that showing you the roof rack that was attached and some of its contents?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Z? Is that a black Nike bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3AA? Is that opening for the contents of the black Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3BB? Is that showing you a chest drawer from inside that Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3CC? Is that showing you the contents of that drawer?
Yes, except for the green Bonita that was on top of the clipboard inside of the glove box.
Thank you. Showing you what's been marked.
All right, so yeah, and if anybody had any objections about the trial that we're showing or anything that might be a disturbance, do let us know and we'll play something else. Yes, I wanted G to see parts of the trial, and I'm glad that she has seen parts of it. And G said, yes, I am too. I've learned a lot. As 12-year-old, I watched Judge Wapner on People's Court. I was obsessed with court shows. Oh, that's very cool. That's very good to know.
I remember Judge Wapner.
Oh, you do too, Mary Toodles? That's cool. Yeah. Really, a useless killing if they want to steal. Why murder the man? It's annoying. Oh, yeah, it's just these people who are... You know, as we know, they lack empathy and compassion, remorse, and things like that. You know, basic human emotion, and they think in the moment they feel invincible. That with all the rage and anger they've built up, they think that they are invincible and powerful in that moment, and they're not really thinking ahead. Yeah, shout out to Mary T. Yes. And also, what we are doing is... I like to watch Judge Judy, by the way, G. That's what I watched growing up. I still watch it because it's still on YouTube. You know, it was... And I was always into news, and a lot of times I was in politics, but I was seeing that the trial stuff was very similar to the politics, and I was seeing so much unity with the trial groups. I was like, that was like my new favorite thing to see. And yeah, but I definitely, I always liked, stuff like that too. But as I said, during the Depp trial, I just felt it was an act of activism to show his side of the story. In my opinion, it was I felt a noble thing to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I remember, when I was probably before Hurricane Katrina, I watched it, and yeah, and chat, G said, tell you hello. Yeah, and she said hi. Mary, have you heard of Marilyn Millen?
Oh, yeah, she came after Judge Wapner.
Okay, yeah. I was saying I used to watch Judge Judy, growing up.
Yeah, I watched it too.
Yeah. I still watch it, like on YouTube. YouTube Alien, always Judge Judy for decades as well. Yes. And, yeah, okay, now, with these murders, as I said, these people, these two guys are real sick what they did, and the big boy. Okay, Joyce, I'm glad you got to talk to your son, and thank you for giving us an update about it. Yeah, so this is as I said, this trial, and with people, or if everyone in the chat's okay with it, we will show different parts of this. Now, I wanted to do something here where I know we like to watch something a little bit more lighthearted, but of course, we'll watch this throughout time for those that are interested. I'm going to play some scenes from the Amber Heard's cross. If y'all are, okay with it, I'll be playing it now. If y'all are okay with it, I'm going to play it now. And then after that, we'll be done. Okay. We'll play some of this. Okay, here we go.
All right, are we ready? I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Lusa, will you please show the knife to the jury? Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
That Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published. Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone. Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone?
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5. Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath, while he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
Okay. Well, we'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
So he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony? While
was
holding you down by the neck?
Sorry, what was your question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he assaulted you with?
At what point?
While holding you down by your neck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Okay. Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand, yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms. Heard,
it's the worst thing ever happened to me. I don't remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact sequence.
that's not my question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
okay?
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence. So you testified, actually. Do you have a copy? Yeah, I know. I just realized that. Do we have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript. Yes. Ms. Hurd, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16? Yes, of my
Court
deposition?
transcript? Yes. No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, I do.
Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
All right.
Okay. The reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me, yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now, apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound, yes.
But you remembered, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging, by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Hurd, that you testified to this jury, that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
Keep talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521, starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
And not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Hurd?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify. Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes. I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss.
Oh.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was, and then
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Right, Ms. Hurd?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Hurd. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut.
My forearms and my feet.
And your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Hurd?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day, along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with Nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But
yes.
He was at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician?
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Hurd?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
If we could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2. At 589, lines 6 through 8. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Hurd's deposition for the jury. Lines, day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
You got to give me.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of course.
589.
I'm sorry, what were the lines again?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Wait. Did you say 540 or 589?
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Yeah. Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Miss Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day?
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Okay. And then you saw Erin Barem Filati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure. If that's what she testified to, I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify, according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors. That was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia?
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp?
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
That's a yes, right, Ms. Heard?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia?
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger?
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, "Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe," end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830. And I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I had not read that yet. I mean, before. But yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Okay. Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Hurd, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song You're So Vain, right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again. The box smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph, no.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 1:57:21 through 1:58:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me, to avoid working it out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I go split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Hurd?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Ms. Hurd,
that
Ms.
period
Hurd,
of time. I'll guarantee
Ms.
you
Hurd, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on. That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Ms. Hurd?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on 1 bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Ms.
And I
Hurd,
went to check
Ms.
on
Hurd,
him and see
I'm going
if
to
we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on 1 bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Ms. Hurd?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. I do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have them.
If we can scroll down, please.
Is this one already in evidence, Your Honor?
No.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
I need to take a look at the redacted. Oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay, you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness
the
about it
question.
if I
Go ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and
All right,
forth
if you
if
can-
she wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull that
the
up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Hurd?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Hurd's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Hurd that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that
Bretterhoff,
Dr. Cowan's...
Your Honor, may we
Yeah,
please
let's go.
approach?
Let's-
This is...
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Hurd,
can
Ms.
figure
Hurd,
this
Ms.
out
Hurd,
as a
that's not my question.
relationship.
The text, just the text.
That's exactly what I was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you contend...
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Hurd, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia?
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time, so I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Hurd?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That's true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister. Specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath, you threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear, but not that
thrown things
occasion.
That evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Ms. Hurd, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Is it done? Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet, Your Honor.
Did you tell them which page you want?
Writing them down.
Okay, let's write them down first. Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yes, the photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes. And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney, and I had heard a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Okay. Yes or no. So in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence first?
Move for admission of 857A.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A. as redacted will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
Put in evidence
Yeah,
first.
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No.
No?
No, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay. To the extent Mr. Waldman testified.
Oh, so not this?
Not this version.
Well, this can't be 857 then, don't.
857, sorry.
You can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
857A. Okay.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christopher Reale on August 15th? Okay. And in this text you sent to Christopher Reale is the person who used the amnesty and then was your agent for time, correct?
That's right.
And in this text, you got your permission to publish, please.
Any objection? No objection. All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after.
Hello there, Middle Ground. It's good to see you. And we basically often we react to this trial because it's very humorous and funny, and it's an interesting laugh that we will look at. Yeah. And we've been looking at the Amber Heard's testimony, and yeah, this part was hilarious. I've done a bunch of skits on this one. This one's very, very funny. Yeah, and let's see. All right, it's good to have you on board again. So, watch a little bit more of Amber Heard, and then it'll be done. Okay.
Going to throw your sister downstairs, right? I hit him when he swung at my sister, and this is written months later, yes. You thought he was going to throw your sister downstairs like he had thrown Kate Moss downstairs, right? He swung at Whitney, and I heard a rumor, a big rumor about that. And so it's what I thought.
This first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion, or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th. That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there, and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I am so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Heard, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence.
All right. We want to approach? Sure. Okay.
published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to this jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence. These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Hurd, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't,
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. Right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. If we could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move to strike. Okay.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for a broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I would object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
You see how curt and snarky her attorney is? She sounds annoying also, like her client. Definitely. And yeah, I can definitely see the correlation between Amber and her attorney both having the same. They both mirror each other. They're both parallels between each other. Alright, going over here. This way. Alright. Alright, so G says yes, and she's not allowed to yell out in the middle like that. Yeah, that is true. They're not supposed to have the disrespectful conduct because a lot of it is selling yourself, and she and her client did not. They both did not resemble themselves correctly to represent themselves correctly. And, you know, her attorneys could have told her a way to have conduct in the court, but they didn't. So, yeah, I could definitely see how she was responsible for her own failure. And, all right, at this point, we are finished with the stream. We are done. And we had an excellent stream tonight, everybody. I really appreciate everybody. We did great this time. And there's some things got to get done. And thank you, Jay, for being here. Always appreciate your analysis with these cases and how you deal with the chat. Is very, very good. It's nice seeing Middle Ground. Shout out to Middle Ground. Glad she came by too. And G said they kept undermining Camille, so disrespectful. Yeah, you see, they're being snarky and dirty about it and trying to undermine her defense, not by legal, the way it's supposed to be done legally, and through facts, but through deception, through breaking the rules, rather than doing it through facts. Yeah, that's a very good point too, G. All right, everybody. Everybody have a... Oh, I appreciate that you appreciate me the most. Okay. Okay. Star Diamond. See you all later. Have a great weekend and peace. It's gonna work. There we go.